Good evening and welcome to Hiawatha Racetrack. Currently 16 minutes till race number 1, 16 minutes till post time. Up next, we're going to have the changes. Changes on the card will be up next for race 1 through 10. So far, only one change on the race card. That's in race 3, the 5, Panzano. In race 3, number 5, Panzano is a vet sick. Race 3, scratch the 5, Panzano. Race 2 is clear. Race 1, no changes. Race 2, no changes. Over to race number 3, the 5 is scratched. 5 is scratched in race number 3. No changes in race 4. Race 4 kickstarts the Pick 3 wagering. Pick 3 wagering beginning in race number 4. Race 5 is clear. No changes to report in the 5th. Race 6 is the Prospect Series. 1 mile trot for $8,600. No changes. Race 7, no changes to report. No changes in race number 7. Race 8 is clear. No changes to report in the 8th. Race 9 is also clear. And race 10 is clear. Those are the changes so far on tonight's card of racing. Again, we just have the one change in race 3, number 5, Panzano. And here's my pick 5 ticket for tonight. Starting in race number 1, I went with the 5 Dows Up, coming off a very impressive qualifier. I went 4 for 5 in the rookie season as a 2-year-old. Dows Up with Scott Coulter aboard. Then I went to the 8 odds on Checkmate. Trainer changed to Brett Lester, looking to see if this one has got a little bit more speed. Has shown speed, but has been going against much tough post tonight in post 8 for the 8 odds on Checkmate. Race number 2, I went with the single. I went with the 5 La Sun Control. Good back half and 57-2 in the most recent. Makes this one look very tough to beat in the maiden. Race 3, the Trotters. I went with the 4 Petro Angel. This horse seems to be able to win 5 or 6 races every year. Has got a couple this year with a mark of 59-2. Garrett Rooney, the top driver aboard, gets a better post than last week. Cuts it in half to post position number 4. Then went with the 7 Barzy. This one has been off for some time off, but a new trainer and a new driver aboard tonight. Barzy could still be solid in race number 3. And then the 9 Dirt going to the far outside, trying to get some value for that pick 5 ticket. Race 4, I went to another single, the 6 Mr. Mock Jimmy, and why not? This one was so impressive in the most recent. Just zoomed by them all in 55 flat, 8 season's best. And then I spread it out in race number 5. I took out the 1, but then I went 2 through 7. I really like the 7, the Desperado, but this one's got a couple tougher ones to tackle this week and looking for a price in that pick 5 ticket. So I went 5-8 with the 5, with the 4-7-9, 6 in race 4, and then spread it out 2 through 7 in race number 5. Up next, we'll present Robert Reed Jr.'s ticket, and he went with a single also in race number 1. He went the 5 Dows Up. Then he went with the 5 and the 7 in race number 2. He likes La Sun Control, and the way United Blue Chip raced last week, that one also looked very sharp in his ticket. Then he spread it out a bit more, 2, 4, 7, and 9. Already talked about the 4, 7, and 9. The 2 has Natasha Day aboard. Cameron McQueen just batting slightly under 300, so this one has got some potential to come back and show a bit more. Hasn't won in 14 starts this year, but he could be the value in race number 3. His single went to the 6, Mr. Mock Jimmy, like mine, in race number 4, and then he went 2, 4, and 7. He likes Hot Fudge Sunday from that much improved post. Pacific Roll after being first 2 starts in the Moore Barn, and the Desperado, a good classy campaigner. 5 with the 5-7, with the 2, 4, 7, 9, with the 6, with the 2, 4, 7 was Robert Reed's selection. Good luck with your pick 5 tickets. Horses and drivers will be contesting the pick 5. They'll be coming to the gate in about 6 minutes' time. And we've got our new starting gate in operation tonight. Give it a go. Got the Ford truck out on the track. Going to do its last little test go before we're ready to go for race number 1. And just going to give the starting gate another try here, and we are giving away a free hat to adults only. It'll be one per adult, must be 18 plus adult, and it'll be at the main dining room entrance, one per adult customer tonight. You can get your hat between 6:30 and 7:30 while supplies last. Please, only one hat per customer. That's an adult, so we can try to give as many hats away as possible. 0 minutes till race number 1. It looks like the starting gate is all set to go, and the horses and drivers should be coming onto the racetrack shortly for race number 1, which features Daily Double, Exactor, Tractor, Win Play Show, and our low takeout of 15% on our Pick 5 wager. You can try to wager on the winner of race 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we're under a slight delay here at Hiawatha as we're trying out the new gate and making sure Brad Pittock, the starter, is satisfied with all the operation. Still time to wager for race number 1, non-winners $10,000 lifetime, or optional $10,000 claiming for non-winners $25,000 lifetime, featuring pick 5 with a low takeout of only 15%. And race number 1 does have the best bet of the night for Robert Reed Jr. Robert Reed Jr. loves Dows Up, 4 for 5, winning last season, and a very impressive qualifier, 158 flat. But the way that this colt did it, coming a back half in 56-1. That's the 5 Dows Up. Started off as a perfect 4 for 4 last season. First start back as a sophomore and comes into this off a very strong qualifier. The best bet of the night from Robert Reed Jr. is in race number 1. It is the number 5, Dows Up. Horses and the drivers making their way into the racetrack for race number 1. The one is Ink Slinger with Peter Core. He trains for Donald and Heather McGregor of Kamlaki. Peter Core has ownership of the 1, Ink Slinger. 2 is Ain't She Pretty with Scott Ray. Daryl Laver for Randy Zock of Dover Centre, Ontario. 3 is Macaloo, Natasha Day, Peter Core. Donald and Heather McGregor have co-ownership. Pebble Beach Pro, Andy Moore for Kimberly McNiven, Thomas Broadhurst, Bradley McNiven, and Shirley Griffin. 5 is Dow's Up, the Robert Reed Jr. Best Bet of the Night with Scott Coulter aboard. Lindsay Kerr Train, Sally Charlton, Sergio Vespa of Belleville have co-ownership. Quinn's Frisky Whiskey, Alfie Carroll, Bud Sinclair, co-ownership with Lindsay Sinclair of Stratford. 7 is Snacky Snacky. Lauren House drives trains for Angela Clark. Odds on Checkmate, Mike Horner, Brett Lester for Russell Ellis. Domino Sealster, the 9, Garrett Rooney, Jerry Sims of Denfield trains and owns. 9 on the gate for race number 1 featuring Pick 5 wagering. And selections for race number 1, we all went with the 5, Dow's Up. We all liked what it did as a rookie, 4 for 5. Just losing at London in its last start, then was put away as a 2-year-old and looked very impressive in the sophomore qualifier last week with Jeff Mayhew aboard. Scott Coulter gets the lines tonight. He's currently the big favorite, 3 to 5 on the board. Then I went with the 8 odds on Checkmate with the trainer change to Brad Lester tonight. And the 4 Pebble Beach Pro, who's moving down in class. Robert Reed Jr. with the 5, then with the 9 Domino Sealster. This one wasn't able to go like we thought last week as the 50-cent favorite. Look for this one to possibly rebound with Garrett Rooney aboard. And Tony Elliott went with the 5, then the 2 Ain't She Pretty, looking for this one to show more like she did 3 starts ago when she paced a sub 57 mile here. Then also like the 9 Domino Sealster. Good luck with your selections. 2 minutes till race number 1. Less than 1 minute till race number 1. Less than 1 minute to post. We apologize for the delay. Just had to get our other starting gate out and going and do some test runs. Less than 1 minute till race number 1. Heavy favorite is the 5. Dows up, heavy favorite. Currently on the board. Behind the gate for race number 1, Ink Slinger, Ain't She Pretty, Macaloo. Pebble Beach Pro, Dows Up, Quinn's Frisky Whiskey in the middle. Schnocky, odds on Checkmate, and Domino Sealster to the outside. It's post time for race number 1. With the starting gate picking up speed, and there they go, and Snocky from the far outside is jetting off the wings to the inside. Ain't She Pretty far outside. Domino Sealster showing some early acceleration as they march their way into that opening turn. Pebble Beach Pro gets away in the top 4. Ink Slinger from 5th, 2 more lengths back is Macaloo, and then it's back to Dows Up, and trailing the field is Quinn's Frisky Whiskey as they pace their way out of the opening turn. 8 to the inside, 1 stuck to the outside, and showing the way as they pace in front of the grandstand is Snocky and Lauren House. Long shot on the board at 13-1, dictating tempo. Ain't She Pretty, pocket sitter, tight hold in 3rd for Pebble Beach Pro with decisions. He's still sitting 3rd as they move to the halfway point. Domino Sealster on that one's back, then it's back to Ink Slinger. Another length and a half back is Odds On Checkmate. That one starts to angle to the outside as Coulter and the 3-year-old Shadow Play Dows Up now angles to the outside. Inside to Quinn's Frisky Whiskey, and Macaloo trails the field 58 seconds. They hit the halfway point. Snacky, and Lauren House trying to go all the way on the engine inside 2nd. Ain't She Pretty has had the perfect pocket trip as they march their way to the 3/4 station. Domino Sealster advancing heavily now on the outside and going around that one. Here comes Odds On Checkmate. He's going to try it 3 wide, 128-1. Snacky showing the way. Ain't She Pretty pulled the pocket. 3 wide action from Odds On Checkmate, and here comes the big choice. Dows Up is now 4 wide as they exit that final turn. Snacky, Ain't She Pretty. Dows Up in between Odds On Checkmate. They're 4 wide coming out of that final turn, and here comes Dows Up. The 2 to 5 choice will not disappoint. Timing it perfectly with Scott Coulter with Dows Up in race number 1. Second was the 8 Odds On Checkmate, tight for show, 157 4/5. Now entering the winner's circle is the unofficial race winner, the 5 Dows Up, a 3-year-old colt by Shadow Play out of the Badlands Hanover mare. So what's up? Scott Coulter is the winning driver for trainer Lindsay Kerr. Sergio Vespa of Belleville and Sally Charlton of Tecumseh have co-ownership of this 3-year-old colt. In his sophomore debut, victorious. Now 5 for 6 lifetime, 157 and 4/5, only 2/5 of a second off a lifetime best coming from near the back of the bus, and sweeping them all late was the 5 Dows Up. $280, $210, $210. The exactor 5 and 8, $17 even, and the $1 try 5, 8 and 2, 34, 45. Less than 6 minutes till race number 2. Non-winners 5,000 lifetime, featuring exactor, tractor, win, place, show, wagering. 6 minutes till race number 2. Horses and the drivers making their way onto the racetrack for race number 2. One is Total Credit with Peter Corr. He also trains and cones with Raymond Corr of Sarnia. 2 is Rose Run Yolette, Alfie Carroll. Richard Griffins of Thorndale trains and owns. Sporty Miss B, Lauren House, Kimberly McNiven, Thomas Broadhurst, Douglas Haywood, Donald Douglas co-own. 4 is Pumpkin, Scott Ray, Lindsay Kerr, Jeff Mayhew, Sally Charlton have co-ownership. LA Sun Control, Andy Moore, William Burt Moore for Rick Edwards and Michael Tam. Museum Tour, Garrett Rooney, Paul Smith of Woodstock trains and owns. 7 is United Blue Chip with Donnie Rankin Jr., co-ownership with Ralph McKinley, Donnie Rankin Jr., also the trainer. 8 is Untimely Arrival with Scott Coulter, Peter Corr, Raymond Corr co-owned, Tom Hodgins. And delayed appears to be the 9, Easily the Best, Natasha Day for Rick Heeman of Denfield. 9 will be on the gate for race number 2, featuring Win Play Show and Exactor and Tractor Wagering. And there's our selections for race number 2. Myself and Robert Reed went with the 5, LA Sun Control, just because of the way he was able to qualify and just speed by them all late after going a big third panel of 28-2. Like the 7 United Blue Chip, this one's progressively getting better in his sophomore season, finishing 4th and 3rd in a nice sub-57 mile in his most recent here at Sarnia. Then I went with the 4 Pumpkin. This one won last week and was 3rd the previous 2 weeks in the same class. Again tonight is the 4 Pumpkin. Robert Reed went the 5 and the 7 as well, but added the 6 Museum Tour. This one showed some pretty good speed, 57 and 2 in his most recent. Has Garrett Rooney aboard, and Tony Elliott went with the 7 United Blue Chip, and then he went to the 8 Untimely Arrival and the 4 Pumpkin. He left out the post-time favorite 6-5. He's going for a little more value with the 7 United Blue Chip, who's currently a nice plump price of 7-2 on the board. 2 minutes till race number 2, 2 minutes till post. Starter calling in the field for race number 2, Pacers, nominators 5,000 lifetime. Featuring exactor tractor win place show wagering from the inside out, total credit, Rose Run Yolette and Sporty Miss B. Pumpkin LA Sun Control Museum Tour to the inside, United Blue Chip, Untimely Arrival, easily the best to the far outside. 9 on the gate for race number 2. Starting gate picking up speed, gapped off the gate the 9, easily the best. And there they go, they're off and pacing, and LA Sun Control just like that, jets to the front. Museum Tour, long shot crosses over inside to be second, stuck to the outside. Pumpkin to his inside as Rose Run Yolette, then it's back to Total Credit to the inside, just behind United Blue Chip, who emerged from 5th. Then backed off was Untimely Arrival to the backfield. Sporty Miss B can see them all, and they're 9 in line with movement early as they pace by the opening panel in 28 and 2/5. LA Sun Control shows the way. Movement, though, from 3rd out but going wide is the 2 Rose Run Roulette. Inside Museum Tour, 4 more back. It's Pumpkin, and first up on the outside is Total Credit to the inside. United Blue Chip with a decision, and he's starting to angle a bit outside now to 2 more lengths back to Untimely Arrival, and then it's easily the best. And in the backfield, Sporty Miss B can now see them all as they're halfway home in 57 and 4/5. LA Sun Control, the control of the moment. 3-year-old gelding has all the control currently as they move past the half, and they've got just over 3/8 of a mile to go. Total Credit, though, from the outside just went from 5th to 3rd. Inside Museum Tour still getting a great toe to the inside. Pumpkin, and now from the backfield, here comes the threat from Untimely Arrival. Untimely Arrival is pacing up a storm now. Untimely Arrival now trying to chase down LA Sun Control. 127 and 4, 30 seconds in that 3rd panel, but LA Sun Control just found another gear, and LA Sun Control now starting to pace away from the field again. Untimely Arrival to the outside. Inside Museum Tour, it's Andy Moore and LA Sun Control. The heavy 3-2 choice did not disappoint in race number 2. LA Sun Control in a romp. LA Sun Control wins by 4. Finishing second was Museum Tour over Untimely Arrival. 5-6-8 unofficially, 156 and 3/5. Now entering the winner's circle is the 5, LA Sun Control, 3-0 gelding by Control the Moment. Andy Moore, the winning driver. William Burt Moore trains for Rick Edwards and Michael Tam of Mitchell. First start, a winning one in 156 and 3. Gate to wire. Strong victory in his first lifetime start was the 5, LA Sun Control. Second was the 6, Museum Tour, and third the 8, Untimely Arrival. 5, 6, 8 on the board. $5 winner, $372.60 for the 5, LA Sun Control. The 6, Museum Tour, $594.10, and Untimely Arrival, $280 to show. 5, 6, $2 exactor, $45.20. The $1 try, 5, 6, and 8, $63.15. 7 minutes till race number 3. 7 minutes till post time. In race number 3, we do have a scratch of the 5, Panzano. Out veterinary sick is the 5, Panzano. Will not go. 8 on the gate for race number 3. On post-parade trotters, the one is Goodness Gracious, Preston Shaw, Joseph Shaw for Patricia Gibb. Polar Hall, the 2. Natasha Day, Cameron McQueen, trains and cones with John McQueen. Three is Q-Tip with Lauren House, Bud Sinclair, Ross Holmes, Bud Sinclair co-ownership. 4 is Petro Angel, Garrett Rooney, Darrell Laver of Petrolia trains and owns. Scratch the 5, Panzano, 6, Kilmartin Passion, Dennis Duford, Ashley Duford, trains for Betty McKinnon of Glencoe. 7 is Barzy, Scott Coulter, Steve Coulter, trains and cones with Scott Coulter of Brantford. 8 is All Out Henry, Scott Ray, Pam Forgy of Godrich, trains and owns. And the 9 is Dirt, Alfie Carroll, Paul Meggins for Saltwater Stables of Moffat, Ontario. Scratch the 5, Panzano, Exactor, Tractor, non-winners 1,500, last 3 or 2 races lifetime for the mares. Trotters for a purse of $4,000. And for this trotting race, I went with the 4 Petro Angel. Six-time winner last year, already 2 victories in 2023. Petro Angel has the top driver, Garrett Rooney, aboard again tonight. Has been second and fourth the last couple starts. Was second at this level last week from post 8. Now moves inside to post position number 4 and should be up close again tonight in the early stages of the race. My second selection is 7 Barzy. This one has been off since April 28th, but it was a ownership change, so I'm expecting the Coulter crew of Steve and Scott to have this one ready to go tonight. That's the 7 Barzy. And then I went to the 9 Dirt with Alfie Carroll. Showed some big speed in London in April. 9-time winner last year, so this one knows how to get to the wire. 479, my selections. Robert Reed Jr. with the 4-9 and the 2. He likes the 2 Polar Hall, which was second last week at this level with Natasha Day aboard. And Tony Elliott went way outside to the 9 Dirt. He's looking for the value, and he's got 5-1 currently on that one. Petro Angel second and the 7 third. Good luck with your selections in race number 3. 2 minutes till post time. Trotters are being called in for race number 3. Non-winners 1,500 last 3. Big favorite still on the board is the 4 Petro Angel and Garrett Rooney getting most of the action in the win pool. Good betting value after that. The 7 Barzy at 9-2. Polar Hall looked at by some and getting good value at 14-1 on that Cameron McQueen pupil. 8 on the gate with a scratch of the 5 Panzano. Moving behind the gate are the Trotters featuring Exactor, Tractor, and Win Play Show wagering. Goodness gracious, Polar Hall, Q-tip to the inside, Petro Angel, Kilmartin Passion, Barzy in the middle. All out Henry, Dirt to the outside. 8 on the gate Trotters for race number 3. Gapped off the gate is the 6 Kilmartin Passion, and there they go. And as expected, Petro Angel and Garrett Rooney puts down the hammer early. Crossing over quickly is All Out Henry. All Out Henry also trying to cross over from the outside. Post 9 was Dirt to the inside. Goodness gracious, and Preston Shaw trying to secure that position from third. 2 more back again is Polar Hall to the inside, and then it's Barzy Q-tip to the backfield with Kilmartin Passion, who can see them all 8 in a line, 20 lengths front to back as they trot their way by the opening station. And showing the way up front and dictating the tempo is Petro Angel. Petro Angel and Garrett Rooney will have to get you the fractions at the conclusion of the mile. All Out Henry left from the outside. Goodness Gracious inside to be third. Dirt also left while he's sitting fourth, about 6 lengths off the leader. Then it's back to Goodness Gracious. Barzy still in the top 6. Another couple lengths back is Q-Tip. And trailing the field is Kill Martin Passion. As they go by the halfway point, Petro Angel still saying, catch me if you can. Scott Ray's got the veteran, the 11-year-old All Out Henry, getting the perfect pocket trip from second with 3/8 of a mile to go. Petro Angel still dictating the tempo. All Out Henry plugs her out now from second. Now trying to gain on them is Dirt. He pulls the pocket from fourth to the inside. Goodness Gracious backfield. Barzy and Scott Coulter showing some more life as they trot to the three-quarter station. Petro Angel still the one they've got to catch in. Petro Angel has let it out another notch to All Out Henry. All Out Henry fading back from second because Petro Angel and Garrett Rooney now we're starting to trot away from this field. It's all Petro Angel. Petro Angel and Garrett Rooney's going to get his first winner on the card tonight. The battle will be for place as Petro Angel is clear. All Out Henry still battling tough. Barzy on the outside, though, is going to pick him up late. 4, 7, 8, the top three. 4, 7, and then 8 in race number 3. Now entering the winner circle is the 4 Petro Angel. 5 Romare by Archangel, driven to victory by Garrett Rooney. Daryl Laver of Petrolia trains and owns, 3rd victory in 18 starts this year. 12th career victory. We'll have to get the official time. I'm going to guesstimate just a slight couple ticks under 2 minutes tonight for Petro Angel. We'll get back to you with the official time from race number 3. 4 Petro Angel, the winner. 7 Barzy was second, and third was the 8 All Out Henry. $2.90, $2.60, $2.40 for the winner. The 4-7 $2 exactor, $15.10. The $1 try, 4, 7, and 8, $56.70. Here are the fractions for race number 3, 28 to the opening quarter, 58 and 1, 128 and 2, mile timed in 159 and 3. Only a fifth of a second off a lifetime best was the 4, Petro Angel. Here's your field on post parade for race number 4, kickstarting the pick 3. One is Big Mock with Garrett Rooney. George Robinson of Windsor does the training and also holds the papers of the 1, Big Mock. Rays in a Rocket, the 2, Robert Doyle, driver trainer for Daniel Mead of Rockwood. Three is Major Arma, Lauren House, driver trainer for Samuel Taylor of Lucan. 4 is Journalistic with Andy Moore, Jason Sherman, co-ownership with Bert and Betty Sherman. Jason does the training. 5 is Colin Keith with Alfie Carroll, Lauren House for Samuel Taylor. The free-legged 6, Mr. Mock Jimmy, Scott Ray. Lindsay Kerr trains for Sally Charlton of Tecumseh. And the 7 is As You Car Jack, Natasha Day. Tom Ham trains, has co-ownership with Joseph Carr. 7 on the gate. Pacers, non-winners 3,000, 500 last 3, optional $15,000 claimers. Exactor Tractor Pick 3, win place show wagering, available for the 4th. And in race number 4, we all agreed on the 6, Mr. Mock Jimmy, off that very impressive score last week, coming from well off the pace and just zooming right by with that big 3-wide move at the 3-quarter station, winning in 55 flat. Then I went with the 3, Major Arma, dropping in class. Had the 7 hole in the most recent, but was victorious the start before that here, cutting the mile at Sarnia, and then the 1, Big Mock, off the claim, and this one has lots of speed. He has a great inside post to flex his muscles. 7 for 18 this year is the 1, Big Mock. Robert Reed and Tony Elliott went for the 5, Cullen Keith for second. And Robert also likes the 1, and Tony likes the 7, as you card Jack, also dropping in class. Good luck with your selections in race number 4. Turning behind the gate for race number 4. Pick 3 wagering, starting in here in the 4th race. Inside out, Big Mock, Raising a Rocket. Major Arma, Journalistic Middle. Colin Keith, Mr. Mock Jimmy, As You Card Jack to the outside. 7 on the gate for race number 4. Starting gate picking up speed, gapped off the gate, the 7, As You Card Jack. And there they go, and Big Mock wasn't gapped out. He's right to the front for Rooney. It's Big Mock flexing early. Major Arma outside, and now he's going off stride was Big Mock. Big Mock was going too much, and it's Major Arma now taking over control for Lauren House. Pocket sitter, Journalistic to the outside is Cullen Keith. Another length and a half back is Raise Zena Rocket. And then it's back to Mr. Mock Jimmy to the inside with As You Card Jack. They pace the opener in 28 and 3. Major Arma got a bit of a gift as he makes his way now in front of the grandstand for the first time. Pocket position for Andy Moore and Journalistic. First up pressure now. Raise Zena Rocket staying in with the 5, Cullen Keith. Second overflow now for the free-legged Mr. Mock Jimmy. As You Card Jack from 6, now about 7 lengths off the leader, and well back is Big Mock, has been pulled up, most likely with broken equipment, as they pace by the halfway station in 58 and 3. Up front, Major Arma showing the way. First up, Raising a Rocket to the inside, Journalistic. Second overflow, but gapped off the cover. The heavy, even money favorite, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Now only about 2.5 lengths off the leader. As You Card Jack to the outside, Cullen Keith looking for some racing room. He might get it late now as they venture 3/4. Major Arma trying to put away. Raising a Rocket, Mr. Mock Jimmy just biding his time. Second overflow, 1:24 and 2/5, and they just buzzed that one, folks. Up front now, it's Raising a Rocket to the inside, Major Arma, and then to the outside is Mr. Mock Jimmy. Mr. Mock Jimmy starting to come on now. Mr. Mock Jimmy puts a nose in front. Mr. Mock Jimmy Raising a Rocket far outside, As You Card Jack, but it's going to be the free-legged Mr. Mock Jimmy going back to back in race number 4. Time of the mile, 1:57 flat. And we'll get back to you on the correction of the 3/4 time, as I believe the horse that was going back to the paddock tripped the timer there. We'll get you the 3/4 time. Finish time was 1:57 flat. And the corrected 3/4 time is 1:27 and 4, 1:27 and 4/5. The horse that was pulled up and moving back just happened to break the beam just before the horses got to that 3/4 location. 1:27 and 4, the correct 3/4 time in race number 4. Now entering the winner's circle, the 6, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Scott Ray, the winning driver. Lindsay Kerr trains for Sally Charlton. 35th career victory, 6-4-19 this year. Second consecutive for number 6, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Giving Lindsay Kerr his second victory on the card. Sally Charlton, the owner from Tecumseh, a 10-year-old gelding by Mach 3, Mr. Mach Jimmy, dominating the last 2 weeks here at Hiawatha. He returns $423 $240. 6-2 exactor $41.70. The 6-2 7 $1 try $228.65. Trotters are up next. 7 on the gate. No changes to report. Field of trotters now coming on to the racetrack for race number 5. The one is Playful Elegance with Dennis Duford aboard. Ashley Duford trains for Dennis Duford of Dresden. Alfie Carroll will pilot the 2 Hot Fudge Sunday. Angela Carroll trains for Angela and Mary Carroll of Iona, Ontario. 3 is Essential Worker Andy Moore, Ken Gowan. Michelle McMullen, Audrey Crawford, David Gowan, co-own. There's the 4 Pacific Roll, Brad Moore, driver trainer for Donald Moore. Scott Coulter aboard the 5, Caviar's Triumph. Steve Coulter of Brantford trains and owns. 6 is R.J. Hooker, Garrett Rooney, Steve Bossons for Derek Reed. And the 7 is the Desperado. Brent Pallor drives and trains for Daniel and Karen McIntyre of London. 7 on the gate trotters for race number 5. Non-winners $3,500. Last 3 optional $18,000 claimers, and I'm going with the 7, the Desperado. This one had a very juicy morning line of 8-1, but you're not going to get that tonight. But so far, a very even board, anywhere from 3-1 to 9-1. The Desperado has always been very, very tough every time he comes to this oval. Has that early tactical speed. He showed it last week in 27-3, and that was after being off for about 5 weeks. The Desperado, currently some pretty good value at 3-1. Second choice, or now co-favorite on the board. Second selection for myself was the 6, R.J. Hooker. This one hasn't raced since the qualifier, but does show some pretty good speed over London. 4 for 12 this year. Steve Bossons with the heavy training average of 372 gets Garrett Rooney, the top driver. And then the 3, Essential Worker, just faded back a bit last week, but just came back after some sickness, so had been off about 3.5 weeks between starts. Expect this one to be a little bit stronger tonight. That's the 3, Essential Worker. Those are my top 3. Going with Robert Reed was the 4, Pacific Roll. He went with the 4. He likes Brad Moore aboard this one. That's been first and second the last 2 starts. Then he likes the Desperado and the 2, Hot Fudge Sunday. And Tony Elliott went with R.J. Hooker, the same horse I picked for second. Then he went with the 4, Pacific Roll and the 3, Essential Worker. There's our top 3 selections for race number 5. Starter has called the field for race number 5. Starter has called in the field. Trotters turning behind the gate for race number 5. To the inside, Playful Elegance with Dennis Duford. 2 is Hot Fudge Sunday, Alfie Carroll. 3, Essential Worker with Andy Moore. 4 is Pacific Roll with Brad Moore. 5 is Caviar's Triumph, Scott Coulter. The 6, R.J. Hooker, Garrett Rooney. And the 7, The Desperado, and Brent Belor. It's post time for the Trotters for race number 5. Capped off the gate is the 6, R.J. Hooker. And there they go. They're off and trotting. Hot Fudge Sunday, just like that. Essential Worker in between Pacific Roll. And The Desperado is stacked out 3 deep. Playful Elegance takes back inside now to be 5th. And then gapped out is Caviar's Triumph. And R.J. Hooker can see them all. Up front, it's Alfie Carroll. He wanted the engine, and he's got Hot Fudge Sunday showing the way. Essential Worker inside to be 2nd. Then it's back to The Desperado. And a big opening panel, 27 and 4/5 for Hot Fudge Sunday. This one trotting up storm early in the mile. 2nd, Essential Worker, The Desperado, with considerations from 3rd. Inside, Playful Elegance. Then it's back to Pacific Roll. Catching the field, Caviar's Triumph and R.J. Hooker still 7 line as they trot to the half. Hot Fudge Sunday says, catch me if you can. Hot Fudge Sunday at a bit of a price, 58 and 4, 31 seconds slowdown. Inside 2nd, still Essential Worker. Here comes the threat now. Brent Belor pulls on the right line, and The Desperado is now coming quickly on the outside from 3rd. Inside 4, still Playful Elegance. Pacific Roll, top 5, backfield. R.J. Hooker's got all kinds of trot, and R.J. Hooker just went to 7th to 4th and is now 3rd and still driving heavily on the outside at Hot Fudge Sunday. 3/4, 128 and 3, and it's Hot Fudge Sunday outside R.J. Hooker. In between, The Desperado. Then it's Essential Worker, and from the backfield now with some trot also is Caviar's Triumph. It's anyone's race with 1/8 of a mile to go. Up front, Hot Fudge Sunday outside R.J. Hooker trying to swoop the field, and Rooney has this one trotting strong in the lane. It's R.J. Hooker getting up. R.J. Hooker finishing 2nd was the 2 Hot Fudge Sunday over the 5, Caviar's Triumph, 6.25, unofficially 6-2 and 5, 158 and 4/5. Now entering the winner's circle, number 6, R.J. Hooker, 6-year-old gelding by Glide Master. Garrett Rooney at the controls, getting his second winner on the card. Steve Boston strains for Derek Reed of Etobicoke. 5 victories in 13 starts, 7th career victory, 158 and 4, only 2/5 of a second off a lifetime best coming from well back. Big swooping move in the final 3/8 of a mile was the 6, R.J. Hooker. Finishing second, the 2, Hot Fudge Sunday, and third was the 5, Caviar's Triumph. 10-20 winner, R.J. Hooker, 6-2 exactor, $75.50. The $1 try, 6-2 and 5, $113.20. 8 minutes till race number 6, 8 minutes till post time. It is the second Prospect Series. Trotters up next, compact field of 6. Race 6, the Prospect Series Trotters now entering the racetrack. The one is My 1%. Preston Shaw in the driver's seat. Dominique Gladu trains for the stable by 1% of Guelph, Ontario. 2 known agenda. Andy Moore, Dennis Morrissey trains co-owns with Deanna D'Ambrosio of London. It's A Long Story 3, Alfie Carroll, Paul Megan, Saltwater Stables. Storyline Stables have co-ownership. 4 is Warwi Yuri. Mario Bargeron drives and trains for the stable Warwi Yuri of Guelph. 5 is Pillow Thief. Jean-Bernard Renault. Julie Walker trains co-owns with Elizabeth Chaland of Acton. And 6 Sunglasses at Night, Scott Coulter, Jeff Graham, co-ownership with Chase and Jennifer Graham of Glencoe. Jeff Graham, the trainer. Prospect Series, purse of $8,600, featuring Exactor, Tractor, and Win Place show wagering. And in race number 6, we all went to the 5, Pillow Thief. This horse did make a break in his second qualifier, but he was able to go good in his first race, coming home in 28-3, Pillow Thief. Then the 1 My 1%, and the 6 Sunglasses at Night. My selections: Robert Reed Jr. with the 5, 1, and 3, and Tony Elliott 5, 1, and 3. 6 on the gate for the Prospect Series in race 6. Prospect Series turning behind the gate for race number 6. Inside, My 1% and Preston Shaw. 2 is Known Agenda, Andy Moore. 3, It's a Long Story, Alfie Carroll. 4 is War We Yuri, Mario Barjon. 5 is Pillow Thief, Jean-Bernard Renault. And the 6, Sunglasses at Night, and Scott Coulter. Field of 6 trotters picking up speed. Prospect Series, starting gate picking up speed for race number 6. Ostride is the 1, My 1%, and there they go. They're off and trotting. Were We Yuri showing the way for Mario Barjon to the outside. Sunglasses at Night also jetting well. It's a Long Story gets away in the top 3. Stuck to the outside is Pillow Thief. Then it's back to Known Agenda, and My 1% is well back of the field after that break in stride. Trotting out of the first turn, Mario Barjon in the 4, Were We Yuri dictating the tempo. Pocket sitter Scott Coulter and Sunglasses at Night, 29-3 as they trot in front of us for the first time. Were We Yuri on a front-end mission. Pocket sitter Sunglasses at Night. Then it's another length back to It's a Long Story. Pillow Thief about 7 lengths off the leader. 2 more back again is Known Agenda. Back down trotting, but well out of it is the 4 to 5 choice, My 1%. 5 up front. 1 well gapped out trailer after that break in stride. And Were We Yuri 5 to 1 on the board. Still going strong. Still leads by about 3 lengths as they go by the halfway point in 1:01 flat. A 31-2 second quarter shutdown for Were We Yuri, who shows the way. Inside second still, Sunglasses at Night. It's a Long Story in the top 3. Then it's another length back to the inside to Known Agenda. Well gapped out is My 1%. They trot 3 quarters. Were We Yuri shows the way. Here comes Coulter now. Sunglasses at Night showing some big trot on the outside. These two now marching as a team. 130-2, 29-2 in that third panel for Were We Yuri, who's still going strong outside of the racetrack. Sunglasses at Night. Pillow Thief is full of lots of trot, but he's about 4.5 lengths off the leader. 1/8 of a mile to go. Were We Yuri outside. Sunglasses at Night. These two still as a tandem. Were We Yuri to the inside, and then it's going to be Sunglasses at Night and Pillow Thief. 4-6-5, unofficially 4-6-5. Top of the mile. 2 minutes flat for Were We Yuri. Now entering the winner circle is the 4 Warwee Yuri, 3-year-old colt by Cadabra. Second lifetime victory and a new lifetime best of 2 minutes flat. Mario Barjan in the driver's seat also does the training for the stable Warwee Yuri of Guelph. Warwee Yuri, a new lifetime and season's best of 2 minutes flat in race number 6, taking the Prospect Series for 3-year-old colt trotters. Second was the 6 Sunglasses at Night, and third was the 5 Pillow Thief. 4, 6, 5 on the board, 4, 6, and 5. 1280 winner, 4, 6 exactor. Nice exactor payout there for $2, $129.50, and the $1 try, 4, 6, and 5. 163.35. 7 minutes till race 7, 7 minutes till post time. Race 7 kickstarts the pick 4. In race 7, number 8, Chappie's Boy, out veterinary sick. 10 will not draw in. Race 7, scratch the 8, no 10. Now in post-parade, race number 7, the one is Claude Bayema, Guy Chrétien, driver, trainer, and the owner from Quebec. 2 is So Strange, Garrett Rooney, George Robinson of Windsor trains and owns. Scott Coulter on the 3, Dan Darmal, Kevin Gillis of Windsor trains and owns. 4 is the free-legged Jordan Deo, Alfie Carroll, Brian Eckenstein for Debbie Eckenstein of Ingersoll. 5 is Lola's Sunshine, Lauren House, Scott McNiven, Thomas Broadhurst, Donald Douglas, and Bradley McNiven. 6 is Scottish Cheddar, Robert Doyle, driver trainer for Daniel Meade. Payne for Prez, Andy Moore, Cassidy Schneider, ownership with Colonel Schneider Jr., Cassidy Schneider, the trainer. Scratch the 8, Chappie's Boy. Chappie's Boy is out, vet sick. And the 9 is Daliator with Greg Dustin, driver and the trainer. Ted Melchers and Guy Versteeg of London have co-ownership. Scratch the 8, note 10. 8 on the gate, kickstarting race 7, which is the pick 4. And here's our pick 4 tickets. I went with the 2, 3, and 4. So Strange, Dan Darmal, and Jordan Dale, the inside horses in race 7. Race 8, number 1 hit from the insides, got some speed to carry out. Tuka Rask looks good from the inside, as does Smart Thinking. The late closer should be the value tonight, and Lux Sealster off that nice second place finisher in the most recent. Race number 9, I went 2, 3, 6, 7, so I spread it out again. A couple inside horses. Carnival Heart, a bit of a long shot with the 7 Casino Classic. And in race number 10, I went to a key, the 5 Max Shadow. I don't think he liked the turns last time at Clinton. He's got some speed. He almost won the City of London going for 30,000 2 starts ago. Now back on a regular rotation. I like the 5 Max Shadow in race number 10. Pick 4 ticket for Robert Reed Jr. He liked the 1, 2, and 3. He likes the inside for this race 7. Then he went 2, 7, and 8 in race number 2. 4, 7 in race number 9, liking mostly Dally in the 7. And then he went to a key. He went to the 2. That'll be Tiger. He thinks if he rebounds and behaves himself, he's much the best in the 10th. Good luck with your selections in race number 7, the kickstart of the pick 4. We have a late scratch to report. First time to report in race 8, scratch the 3, fine credit. Race 8, scratch the 3, fine credit. Race 7, Claudam Biamus, So Strange, Dan Darmal, Jordan Deo, Lola Sunshine, Scottish Cheddar, Pain for Prez, and Dalliator to the outside. It's a field of 8 for race number 7. Starting gate picking up speed, and there they go. They're off and pacing. Claudam Biamus showing the way far outside. Scottish Cheddar inside Dan Darmal. Then it's So Strange getting away in the top 4. Another length back, Lola's Sunshine, and then to the backfield, it's Pain for Prez, and the early trailer is Dalliator as they march their way out of the opening turn. Claudam Biamus dictating the early tempo. Dan Darmal from second, 27 and 4. They pace the opening station. Inside from third, it's Robert Doyle and Scottish Cheddar. This one about 5 off the leader, Rooney and So Strange from fourth. 2 more lengths back is the free-legged Jordan Deo to the inside, Lola Sunshine. Staying in was Pain for Prez, and first up on the outside, Dalliator's got a long way to go, but is now advancing on the field from 7th. 6 to the inside, 2 to the outside, Claudam Biamus. No wins this year, but had a dozen last year, looking strong tonight. 58, they hit the halfway point for Claudam Biamus. Pocket center, Dan Darmal. Dan Darmal getting the best trip of all. Inside, Scottish Cheddar to the outside. So Strange is now coming up on the outside. So Strange and Rooney now in the top 4 as they pace their way to the 3/4 station. Dan Darmal now pulls the pocket. Dan Darmal and Claudam Biamus are 1-2, and Dan Darmal puts a nose in front, but Claudam Biamus battling back on the inside, 126 and 4. They went 28 and 4 in the third panel. Claudam Biamus to the inside. Dan Darmal on the outside. Dan Darmal and Claudam Biamus from way back is Dalliator, but he's got too much to make up, I think. Dan Darmal, Claudam Biamus, who will it be? Dan Darmal finds some more and opens up by a length and a half. It's going to win it by a couple. Dan Darmal will take it, finishing second. Claudam Biamus up the pylons was the free-legged Jordan Deo. 3-1-4 unofficially, 3-1-4 in 156 and 3/5. Now the winner circle the 3, Dan Darmal, 7-year-old mare by Better Than Cheddar. Scott Coulter with another winner on the day. Kevin Gillis of Windsor trains and owns 3 for 19, 156 and 3, a new lifetime and season best. Here's your field of pacers for race number 8. 1 is number 1 Hit with Donnie Rankin Jr., driver, trainer, and the owner. 2, Tuka Rasp, Garrett Rooney, Lindsay Kerr of London trains and owns. Scratch of the 3, Fine Credit. 3 is out, 3 will not go. 4 is Come On Barney with Andy Moore, Dwayne May for Diane Sylvester. 5 is Smart Thinking, Jonathan Hahn, Kim Becks of Leamington trains and owns. 6 is Fiscal Policy, Mike Horner, driver, trainer, and owner from St. Mary's. 7 is Lux Sealster, Natasha Day, Nathan Harding, has co-ownership with Lance Wells of Campbellville. Drew the Dragon, Preston Shaw, Cameron McQueen trains for Kyle Stretch of Coldwater. And the 9 is Easy Flyer with Alfie Carroll, Cassidy Schneider for Colonel Schneider Jr. 8 on the gate with a scratch of the 3, Fine Credit. In race number 8, Horse and Geldings, non-winners $12.50, last 3, optional $8,500 claimers. And in race number 8, I went with this horse last week to be second or third, and that's exactly where he ended up. Lux Sealster, Natasha Day gets the call again, gets an outside post this time, but will have the 6 hole with a scratch of the 3. And this is a horse that showed some big potential last year, paced in 52-1 at Woodbine and beating some pretty stellar horses before this one had some issues and had to take some time off. He's now put together a good qualifier and 2 good races. I'm expecting Lux Sealster to be very tough tonight, and he's my number 1 selection. Tuka Rask from the inside, he was able to cut it out last time, and then Kenny Joe went right on by, but he still paced in 56-3 for his second consecutive mile, which should be pretty good speed for this bunch. And the 5, Smart Thinking, one that I've touted a lot, but just doesn't seem to be able to get off the wings, but he can fly late. So if they have some good fractions to close into, the 5, Smart Thinking, might be one to look at for the bottom of the exactor and triactor tickets. Robert Reed Jr. with the 2, 7, and the 8. He likes the 8, Drew the Dragon, to be third. Looking for this one to rebound after the 2 moves last time, and then just didn't pace very well, but has shown some good speed, as he did win here recently, May 20th in 55-3. And Tony Elliott went with the 2, 7, and the 1. He likes the 1, number 1 hit. Number 1 hit going from post 8 to post 1. And this one has some speed, as he's shown in London. Getting off the gate to the quarter in 28-2 from the inside. Expect this one to trip out tonight with Donnie Rankin Jr. aboard 271. Tony Elliott's selections. I went 7-2-5. They went 2-7-8 and 2-7-1. Good luck with your selections in race number 8. Less than 1 minute, less than 1 minute till post time. Wager now and avoid being shut out for race number 8. Turning behind the gate for race number 8, Horse and Geldings non-winners $12.50 last 3, optional $8,500 claimers. Inside number 1 hit with Donnie Rankin Jr. 2 is Tuka Raff's Garrett Rooney. 3 is Out. 4 is Come On Barney, Andy Moore. 5 is Smart Thinking, Jonathan Hahn. 6, Fiscal Policy, Mike Horner. 7 is Lux Sealster with Natasha Day. Drew the Dragon 8, Preston Shaw, and the 9, Easy Flyer, and Alfie Carroll. It's post time for the 8th. Starting gate picking up speed, and there they go. Number 1 hit, as expected from the inside, is leaving tonight. Number 1 hit showing the way. Tuka Rass inside second, stuck out. Fiscal Policy and Drew the Dragon taking the worst of it early on. Come On Barney trying to close up position from third. Then it's 2 more lengths back to the inside to Smart Thinking in the backfield. 1 beaten in Lux Sealster as they march towards the opening station. Number 1 hit in Donnie Rankin Jr. 27-2. They hit the opening panel. Pocket sitter Tuka Rass now getting position along the pylons is Fiscal Policy for Mike Horner. 2 more back again is Come On Barney to the inside. Drew the Dragon inside again to Easy Flyer. Gapped out Lux Sealster. Not showing much early on. Smart Thinking now angling to the outside. 4 in and 4 out, still chasing number 1 hit, who's on a front and mission. Come On Barney pulled out from 4th, halfway home in 58 seconds. 30-3, big second quarter breather for number 1 hit, and Donnie Rankin, who's trying to get away on this group early on. Come On Barney to the outside, Tuka Raffs to the inside. They march their way to the 3-quarter station. Outward motion for Drew the Dragon. Inside, Fiscal Policy has nowhere to go, and then it's to the backfield. Smart Thinking and Lux Sealster is sitting last as they go to the 3-quarter station. They hit the 3 quarters in 1:26-3, 28-3 in the third panel. Number 1 hit, try to win it in the third panel, but here comes Smart Thinking. Lux Sealster to the inside, Tuka Rask. Come On Barney is flattening out. It's number 1 hit, but here comes Smart Thinking on the far outside. Smart Thinking and Lux Sealster with some pace. Fiscal Policy up the inside. Who will it be? Number 1 hit, outside Smart Thinking, and Smart Thinking wires them tonight. Smart Thinking gets there. Number 1 hit was second, tight for third in 1:57-1. Now entering the winner's circle, the 5 Smart Thinking 8-year-old gelding by Ponder, driven to victory by Jonathan Hahn. Kim Becks of Leamington trains and owns first victory in 15 starts this year, third career victory, 157-1. Coming from well back to take it all late was the 5 Smart Thinking, returning 6-1. 6-1, nice value on the 5 Smart Thinking in the 8th. $15.10 for $35.60 across the board. Upcoming race number 9, it is the Robert Reed Value Play of the Night, the 7 Casino Classic. Casino Classic 4-1 in the program. Currently 2-1 opens up. That one will probably move up a bit from there, but the Value Play, tough trip to be third, has beaten favorite at Dresden. Highest earned in the race by nearly 80,000 and has been facing tougher, says Robert. It's his Value Play of the Night, number 7 Casino Classic. Now entering the racetrack for race number 9, fillies and mares, nominators $12.50 last 3, optional $8,500 claimers. The one is Barbie's Bell with Tom Clark. He drives, trains, and owns from Peck, Michigan. Robert Doyle trains and drives the 2, A Sailor's Delight, for Daniel Mead of Rockwood. She plays for keeps 3, Scott Ray, Lindsay Kerr, Sally Charlton. Lindsay Kerr has co-ownership with Ashley Kerr of Amherstburg. Mostly Dally, Alfie Carroll, George Robinson trains and owns from Windsor. Sound Bite Hanover, Scott Coulter, Lindsay Kerr for Jeffrey Mayhew. 8 is Carnival Heart, Jean Bernard Renault, Julie Walker for Darlene Carr of Dundas. Casino Classic, Natasha Day, Robert Manders for William and Keith Manders of Watford. Rocket Girl, Andy Moore, Pam Forgy for David McCormick of Holyrood. And Panning for Treasure, Garrett Rooney, Angela Carroll for Mark Cadman. 9 on the gate, featuring late double, Exactor, Tractor, and Win Place show wagering. And upcoming race number 9, I went with the 6, Carnival Heart. New Invader, this one's 12-1, so this is my long shot play of the night. Has been racing pretty well at Grand River, showing some 56, 57 speed over half-mile tracks, so should be able to go the same kind of speed here, which should make this one very competitive. That's the 6, Carnival Heart. Then I went with the 7, Casino Classic. This one seems to get involved in most races, but with 1 win in the last 38 starts, hard to throw this one on top, but maybe in the bottom of the Exactor or Tractor, a more likely position. A Sailor's Delight drops down in class. Robert Doyle has this one to the inside, but 0 wins in 17 starts makes this one hard to make a big play, especially at the lower odds that I might present tonight. But actually it's 7-1, so looking pretty good. She plays for keeps the 3, currently 8-5 on the board, getting the most of the action. I went with the long shots in this race, 6-7-2. Robert Reed Jr. went with the 7, Casino Classic, the 4, Mostly Dally, and he likes the 3 she plays for keeps, and Tony Elliott likes the 9-5 choice, currently 8-5 on the board. She plays for keeps, 0 for 13 this year, but has been showing lots of promise. No worse than a length and 3/4 out in the last 3 races between here and Woodbine Mohawk Park. Good luck with your selections in race number 9. Turning behind the gate for race number 9. Inside out, Barbie's Belle, a Sailor's Delight, she plays for keeps. Mostly Dally, Soundbite Hanover, Carnival Heart in the middle. Casino Classic, Rocket Girl panning for treasure to the outside. It's post time for the 9th. Starting gate picking up speed, and there they go, off and pacing. Sound Bite Hanover just like that, quickly off the wings, and Sound Bite Hanover is going to try to clear. She plays for keeps, who's playing a bit of hardball as they move into that opening turn. Also leaving well on the inside is Barbie's Belle. She plays for keeps, and Barbie's Belle taken back was a Sailor's Delight, and Sound Bite Hanover went from plan B to plan C to plan D and is now inside to be fourth. 27-2. Opening panel. They pace in front of the grandstand for the first time, and Scott Ray, and she plays for keeps, is dictating the early tempo. Barbie's Belle pushed through to be inside second. Sailor's Delight in front of Soundbite Hanover from fourth. Two more back, mostly Dally inside Carnival Heart. Then it's Casino Classic, and the trailers are Rocket Girl and Panning for Treasure. Some movement now from the backfield, 7 in and 2 to the outside as she plays for keeps is dictating the tempo. Halfway home, she plays for keeps in 59 seconds, 31-3. A big shutdown. Scott Ray got a soft second quarter. Sailor's Delight, though, pressing on. Soundbite Hanover out now second over. Also to the outside is Carnival Heart to the inside. Mostly Dally will need some racing room as they venture to the three-quarter station. They're all starting to gang up on She Plays for Keeps. She Plays for Keeps outside. Mostly Dally, and also coming on strong on the outside is Soundbite Hanover. Carnival Heart in the top 4 from the backfield. Casino Classic not far out of it, 128-2. They go by three-quarter station. It's still She Plays for Keeps dictating the tempo. A Sailor's Delight out from second. Racing room needed for Carnival Heart as they near the top of the lane. It's a Sailor's Delight still showing the way. She Plays for Keeps looking for room is Carnival Heart, but she hasn't found it yet. Far outside, Casino Classic. Casino Classic might have just got there over the 2. A Sailor's Delight, very tight, great finish, only about 3 lengths from first to last in race number 9. Time of the mile, 1:58 3/5. Unofficially 7-2-6, unofficially 7-2-6. Now entering the winner's circle, the 7 Casino Classic, 9-year-old mare by Classic Card Shark. 29th career victory. Natasha Day does the driving aboard this Classic Card Shark out of the Art Escape mare Art Alliance. Robert Manders, the trainer. William and Keith Manders of Watford, the ownership group. 29th career victory. 2 victories in 20 starts this year, 158-3. It was a season's best for number 7, Casino Classic. Second, the 2 is Sailor's Delight. Third, the 6, Carnival Heart. Casino Classic returns $12.90, $5.30, and $3.20. The $2 exactor, 7 and 2, $165, and the $1 try, 7, 2, 6, $280, $285. For the number 7 Casino Classic, your official winner of race number 9. Race 10, Pacers now entering the racetrack. The one is Lloyd with Chris Johnson, driver and the trainer for Kevin McGuire of Park Hill. That'll be Tiger, Andy Moore, Ken Gowan, Michelle McMullen, Audrey Crawford have co-ownership. 3 is Unique Era. Alfie Carroll does the driving. Brad Johnson does the training for John Davidson of Thetford. Garrett Rooney will be aboard the 4 Sweetest Hustle. Doug Curry trains for Daryl Curry of LaSalle. Max Shadow, the 5, Lauren House, driver and trainer for Samuel Taylor. And the 6, Dirty Little Piglet, Natasha Day, Cassidy Schneider for Colonel Schneider Jr. 7 is Speak of War, Scott Ray, Lindsay Kerr trains, Ellie Mayhew, Derek Romano, Sergio Vespa have co-ownership. And the 8 is Toretto, Tom Clark, driver trainer for John Verschier of Greenwood, Michigan. 8 on the gate. It's our finale. Non-winners $22,500 lifetime, optional $10,000 claimers for non-winners $35,000 lifetime. Join us again next Saturday, 6:30 post time. We hope everyone enjoys tonight's card of racing. You can stick around and watch some of the big races that'll be going at Mohawk Woodbine Park. Rose's Red final about to go before this race, and then we've got the Fan Hanover final in race 10 and the $1 million Pepsi North American Cup, which should be going on just about 11 o'clock tonight, or you could make your wager here at Hiawatha and go home, and I believe it's TSN2 that's broadcasting, or you can go on HBI.com and watch the race. My selections for race 10, I went with the 5 Max Shadow. Horse I liked the last time I seen it at Clinton. This one got a little rough around the final turn. They came a big back half in 58-4. And the horse that won again today, so it was no one trick with that one. Max Shadow struggled a bit in the turns, was very strong even after getting interfered with in the City of London final, only losing by a neck. I expect this one to have some good speed tonight, and that's why he's 2-1 on the board, the 5. Max Shadow. Then the 2, that'll be Tiger, looking for this one to rebound. He's got lots of speed. Didn't behave last week. Look for this one to be much better, scoring out much better. Looks much more calm this week. The 2, that'll be Tiger. And I went for a long shot coming off the long layoff is the 1 Lloyd, but he's got a couple qualifiers under his belt, and this horse has some pretty good kick of speed. Chris Johnson up for the 1 drive tonight on the 1 Lloyd. 5-2-1 my selections. Robert Reed Jr. went with the 2, 4, and the 7. He likes that'll be Tiger to rebound. Likes the 4 Sweetest Hustle off those strong miles in the last 2.5 months. And also likes the 7 Speak of War. Speak of War coming in after going against Tougher in London and Georgian. And Tony Elliott went with the 4, 2, and 7. 2, 4, 7. The numbers they like. I went with the long shot. Thought he'd be the long shot, but he's not. He's currently 2-1 on the board, the 5, Max Shadow. 1.5 minutes till race number 10. 90 seconds on the board. 90 seconds till the finale. Race number 10. Pretty good betting board, anywhere from 2-1 to 19-1. The 7 Speak of War currently 5-1. Both selections of Tony Elliott of Woodbine and Robert Reed Jr. of Woodbine. Both liking the 7 in the top 3. 5-2-1 my selections, 2-4-7 and 4-2-7 for Elliott and Robert Reed. Starter calling in the field for the finale. You've got less than 1 minute till post time. Turning behind the gate, Lloyd, that'll be Tiger inside, Unique Era, Swedish Hustle, Max Shadow middle. Dirty Little Piglet, Speak of War, Toretto to the outside. And there they go. They're off and pacing. Good alert start by Swedish Hustle and Garrett Rooney. They're going to go to the engine inside. That'll be Tiger. Also leaving well from the inside as they jet their way into that opening turn. A bit of a battle outside. Speak of War now drops inside to be third in front of Max Shadow. Coming out of the opening turn, Lloyd gets away in the top 5. Unique Era in the backfield with Dirty Little Piglet and Toretto. They hit the opening station 25 seconds, and that one won't be right. Something must have triggered that, and it's the starting car that did trigger the opening panel. Having a little bit of trouble with that. Swedish Hustle showing the way. That'll be Tiger inside from second. 2 more lengths back is Speak of War. First up will be Max Shadow, Lloyd to the inside. Then it's Dirty Little Piglet as they make their way past the halfway point, and that's the starting gate that's triggering those beams. So we'll get you the correct finish and the times at the end of the mile. Swedish Hustle's got some company. Here comes Max Shadow tonight, and Max Shadow is pacing and pacing quickly now for Lauren House. Max Shadow is coming on strong. Lloyd on the outside also showing some speed. Max Shadow, Swedish Hustle. Lloyd on the outside also coming from the backfield is Dirty Little Piglet. Off the pylons is Unique Era as they go towards the 3/4 station. Max Shadow dictating the tempo, and Max Shadow is up front and looking strong. Far outside, Dirty Little Piglet. They go by the 3/4 station, and Max Shadow is the one they've got to catch, and Max Shadow is in a league of his own tonight. Dirty Little Piglet on the outside, but it's all Max Shadow. He got to the big track, and he shows what he can do. It is Max Shadow. Max Shadow wins in a romp. Don't look left because you'll wonder that 1:45. We'll get your correct time there, Lauren. Finishing second was Dirty Little Piglet, and that'll be Tiger. Finished third. 5-6-2 unofficially. 5-6-2 in race number 10. Starting gate with a new track record of 1:45 flat. Now entering the winner's circle, the 6 Max Shadow, 4-year-old horse by Shadow Play. Driven to victory and trained by Lauren Lightning House, Samuel Taylor of Lucan. The ownership, 3 victories in 9 starts. We'll get back with the time. Unfortunately, it was not a world record of 1:45 tonight, but it was pretty fast. Max Shadow wasn't able to quite catch the starting gate, which set a new track record here tonight. We'll get back with the fractions. It was Max Shadow looking very impressive first start over the bigger 5/8 oval. Finishing second was the 6 Dirty Little Piglet, and third was the 2 That'll Be Tiger. 5-6-2 is on the board. Fractions of the mile, 27-2, 57-1, 126-1, and time of the mile was 155-4, 155-4, a new lifetime and season's best for number 5, Max Shadow, who returned $5 to win, 5-6 exactors, $69.30, the 5-6-2 tractor, $149.80, and the $1 daily doubler, make that a $2, with 7 and 5, $27.90. That concludes live racing here at Hiawatha. We just saw a 47-4 mile at Mohawk Woodbine Park for the Roses Are Red for Grace Hill. Up next is the Fan Hanover Final for $420,000 for 3-year-old fillies. And then it's the Pepsi North American Cup after that. So you can stay around or you can make a wager and go home and watch it on TSN2 or on HBI1 or bet.com. Make that. Also, the slot parlor is open from all of us at Hiawatha. We hope you enjoyed tonight. We hope the fathers got a nice hat tonight from the management and group here at Hiawatha Horse Park. From all of us at Hiawatha, we hope you enjoyed tonight's card of racing. Hope to see you back next Saturday. And 2 weeks from tonight is our Looney Tooney night here at Hiawatha.